Oh, hi. How's it going? I have to be all the way back here because I have a Charlie in my lap. She got super pushy. How's everyone doing? Hi, Sari Bot. Congrats on First Kong. Hello. Oh, Barry, hope that virtual hug from Sari was nice and cozy. Galfax, congrats on third. Bear, congrats on second. Yeah, I got the baby. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. And then, of course, because she is a cat and a menace, she tried to like force her way onto my lap but then the cord of my headphones was basically, just all bisecting her. So it was very scary for a minute. I thought we were all gonna die. Kid was crawling on me today to be annoying, I guess, but I pulled him into a hug instead. That continued a while until he was like, I'm gonna take your glasses, and I was like, haha, nope, they were expensive. Yep. It's always hard because sometimes, like, if it's someone I trust, I totally love to be the sort of person who's like, hey, do you want to try on my glasses? Because I'm super duper blind. Oh, thanks, Char. Glasses do be expensive. Hey, like, I didn't ask to be nerfed this way. I came into this world just vibing, and somebody decided to just take my eyes from me. And I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be nerfed in my patch update. What is on my cam? Had a cousin bend my glasses out of shape by trying them on one time? Oh no. I came into this world dancing on the umbilical cord. Nearsighted, farsighted, I'm no-sighted. Same. Yeah, by the time I go to replace my glasses, they're always like a little bit like this, just because I like to fall asleep on the couch in my glasses. So then I sleep on my right side for the most part, so then just my glasses get all smushed, and yeah. Anywho, how's it going? Happy Monday. How is your Monday? Legally blind but working at the SMB means I knew all the answers to the site test. DMV. For all of Florida. Okay, so Barry, then you are gonna be nearsighted as well. Yeah, thankfully I'm not so bad that I have to fudge my way through the site tests at the DMV just yet. But it's one of those things where it's just like, oh, I know it's coming. One day. My glasses are thicker than my dad's. Yeah, same, actually. Like, gosh. I was like 15, and we were on a family vacation. And, like, on our drive back to my dad's house, something happened, like, day of traveling back, or maybe even when we were in the car, but one of my contacts tore, and even though I was just a passenger, like, I get motion sick really easily, so I was like, I need to do something so I can see, but my glasses were buried in my luggage, which was, like, at the bottom of my dad's minivan, and, he's like, well, I always keep a spare pair of glasses in my car, do you want to try those out? And at the time, I was 15, and my dad was, let's see, if I was 15, my dad would have been like 35, and he loaned me a pair of his glasses, and at the time, our prescriptions were almost identical, and my prescription just keeps going downhill, so I think at this point that Yes, I am also way more blind than my dad. Glasses thicker than a person is wild. Yeah, truly. How thick you gotta be? Ugh. Anyway, so I've been thinking about the Roottrees so much because this is just who I am. But I've had a few ideas. I need a full window pane for glasses. Oof. Old prescription, -1/2, -1/4, but I don't know in which eye. Now with these new glasses, it's gone down to 1/4 in each eye. I can't do math. I've got to find the common denominator. What is that? 2. 4. Oh, wait, no. Common denominator of 1/2 and 1/4 is 4. Yeah, I think the last time I got my eyes checked, which was over 5 years ago now, it was something like -6.5 in my right eye and -7 in my left. Something to that effect. Like every time I go to order glasses now, it's always just like I expect to pay an additional $200 because every time I buy glasses online, it's just like, here you go. So you need to pay us an extra $150 to $200 because we're not going to give you the choice to say you don't want high index lenses. We're forcing you to get the thin lenses, which, like, granted, I don't really want to have Coke bottle glasses if I can help it, because none of my frames are ever very thick, but also it sucks. It sucks so much. Don't know my numbers, they just look at me shocked. Coke bottle glasses are in there, super hot. Coke bottle serial killer glasses? Ew, fractions. I loathe fractions. This is a safe space for you, Bear. If you hate fractions, oh boy, this is a very safe space for you. Actually, I guess I shouldn't totally say that. I'll take fractions over shapes any day. I trust my ability to do a fraction. Do not trust my ability to work with shapes. Just overall hate math. I'm in a dangerous place. This is not a safe space for you. I got you, Galfa. I love math. Oof. Three plus 5 equals 1. Oh, so close, bestie. You're almost there. Pardon me. 2 plus 2 equals 8? Oh, yeah, sure. We're getting warmer. I think that, you know, the next time you go to school, you're gonna just have to maybe sit in with the kids for maths and see if you pick up a few things from them. Ten plus 10 equals 20. Yay, Bear! If you ever have to do math, just put a number down, put X at the end, then it's always right. Hi, Cat Bat! Welcome in! I would like to see the baby. Okay. She finally snuck off my lap, so let me go. Hi, Lenny. 10 plus 15 equals 7x. Tell me I'm wrong. Bestie, you're wrong. Okay. I'm gonna go try to find the baby. I'll be right back.
Supernova.
His baby. There we go. There we go. She is so grumpy to be here. She was snuggling with my partner, and then I went out to the living room and was like, I've been requested to pay the baby tax. I have to borrow the baby for a minute. Holy crap, I get why people say Junie is baby now. Junie is teeny tiny baby. Junie is just the littlest guy. Like, granted, I know I'm not the biggest little guy out there. But, and Charlie's certainly not a teeny tiny little guy. But, I mean, oh my god, Junie B. Jones. Junie B. Jones is so little. Are you angry? Are you angry, Polka Dot? Okay, has the cat tax been adequately paid? Can I go return her to my partner? Oh, see, she thinks that the cat tax has been adequately paid. Okay, honey. Okay, oh my goodness. Oh goodness, let's turn off the microphone, Cope. Okay, hi, I'm back. I had to go lint roll my boobs. Charlie sheds so much. It's the dead of winter. It finally snowed last night. Like, we actually got like an inch of snow. And even then, Charlie's just like, poof. So anyways, I think we're gonna go ahead and jump back in. Our dog leaves another dog on the couch whenever she lays there. Sometimes I see books at work that are like, oh!
Heartbroken 101 just subscribed.
Anon, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Lenny. That was very kind of you. Oh. But, oh yeah. We have, I've seen books at work that are like needle felting by using your animal's fur. And because Charlie sheds so much, sometimes I'm like, Should make a tiny Charlie out of Charlie fur. Yes, Lenny, enjoy. Enjoy your emotes. Rent the book and make Charlie. Actually, the book I'm really excited for. Did have a channel point redemption to make one of us. I have a friend who collects his cat's fur, don't remember his plans for it. One of my friends jokes that he's going to be creating homunculi because he says he saves like every claw casing and whisker he finds around his apartment from his cats. And he's like, I know how this goes. This ends in me creating a golem. But it's still... Galvax, you do not want a channel point redemption for me to needle felt any one of you, because I'm a horrible needle felter. I haven't done it in years, and it would come out horribly. It'd be like that really angry needle felted piglet. I feel like I'm making a reference that no one else is gonna get. Hold on. Okay, I found it. All you're making me do is want it more. Ugh, I know. Let's see. Hold on. Where is it? Let's do it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is all I'm thinking of. Is this what you want me to do to you? Actually, don't answer that. I know at least for Galfax the answer is yes. Yep, there it is. I mean, I'm obsessed. Oh, you can't see my cursor, but I am obsessed with his itty bitty body. Like, far and away my favorite thing. He's just so jacked. This piglet has been definitely doing steroids, and that's why he's kind of angry. He got legs. He got legs for days. Look at those gams. Can you give him my number? Bestie, I don't even have your number. Anyway, I think this is as good a time as any to hop into playing more of the Roottrees. Okay. 8675309 8675309 Jenny, I got your number. Okay, so let's see. So the first idea I had is we've got the Butler County Times here. Do we think that a newspaper will count as a periodical? For some reason, nobody gets the reference when I type it out. Weird. Well, I'm sorry. That's just a shame. Okay, so yeah, my first idea is maybe we can see if we can get an extra newspaper clipping or something about the Roottrees. And otherwise, the other idea I had, so we need to go back through Lauren's, I think, first journals. Why don't we just ask the Roottrees for their family tree binder? You know what? Why haven't we done that yet? Let's see. So we need to go back through Lauren's journal, see if we can lock in which of her brothers is the lawyer. I think it's Eli Jr. The one on the right looks like someone I know. Oh, funny. And what was it? There's another idea that I'd had. Oh, it's that we can, Eli Jr. Oh, no. Oh, okay. See, this is my problem, because there were... It's Clancy Jr. Okay. Because there was one that was said to be set to take over. And I thought... No, okay, see, this is the problem. I don't remember if it's Clancy Jr. or the other Eli who was ready to assume the, Oh, thank you for the shrimp check, George! How's it going? There's the boy. Delia's the murderer? Well, so far, there's been no suspicion of foul play. But, okay, so it's the... I don't remember if it... They're all lawyers. I mean, the way that this family seems to be operating, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. But let's see. There was, Samantha inherited the farm. Oh! What a great way to start! I did it! See, this is why you gotta sit on... You gotta sit on things for a week sometimes. Must be junior detective mode? Yep. I mean, you know, I had said stream title. Can we lock in half of our blood syrup relatives? We're 4 away. I guess this means we have to actually do 2 more lock sessions because it's in groups of 3. And so, was... Okay, because the other idea I had, too, was if this root tree here is going to be in politics. Oh, interesting. This didn't lock as Jane. That's really unexpected because we have a pair of children whose last names are LaRue, Rafferty LaRue. So I really, I guess there was a lot of talk of it seemed like Clark got married. Jane does have a sister, but Jane's sister is over here, married to Jim Roottrees, Jim and Diamond, and they have 2 children, and we've already locked those 2 children. So, I have an idea, but it's frowned upon. Is it frowned upon in the sense that it might be a spoiler, or frowned upon in the societal sense? In some states, yeah. Huh, okay, because this is, oh, so this is interesting too. Because we know that Lauren's son is Clark Rafferty. We do have a photo of him so far. But his most recent career is not as a musician. list of names. So why did I not get to look at this sooner? Eloise, question mark. Gwyneth Anderson, Deborah Bean, Laura Carlson, Stephanie Cattrall. Oh no, see, okay. So the politician, that one's a Stephanie, because that's Stephanie Jones. Or James something. My first name is also. Huh? What a coincidence. Ah, wild. Patricia Christensen, Sarah Cassell, Danielle Franks, Louisa Garcia, Bonnie Hudson, Edith Jacobson, Patricia Jones, Bethany Kellogg, Stephanie Landon, Clara Lansing, Diamond LaRue, Jane LaRue, Kim LaRue. Oh. Do not tell me this man married 2 different sisters. Do not tell me that Clark Rafferty divorced one sister to marry another one. If this is the direction in which this is headed, I will be very upset. We are taking notes. We've got Helen Lennon, Gwyneth Madsen, Nicole Madsen, Joan Monroe, Angelica Morden, Caroline Morden, Gwendolyn Morden, April Quaritch. But yeah, okay, so here, this is what we've got. We have Jessica and Katrina Rafferty LaRue. With a name like Clark, I believe. I mean, did you see that guy? And everything we learned about Clark last time? Ugh. Candy Roottrees, Carly Roottrees, Gwendolyn Roottrees, Gwen Roottrees, Christina Roottrees, Lauren Roottrees, Margot. I am obsessed with this name. Margolite Roottrees, November Roottrees, Rena Roottrees, Riley Roottrees, Samantha Roottrees, Tessa Roottrees, Nicole Smith. Sounds fake, but okay. Penelope Tessa Green. Brenda White, Catherine Wilkins, and Jem Wilson. Then we have Sam Cattrall, Linus Cornwall, Walter Forsyth, Christopher Hudson, Guy Hudson, Brian Jones, David Kellogg III, David Kellogg IV, Mark Landon, Ernest Madsen Jr., James Morden, Zachariah Morden, Chris Rafferty, Clark Rafferty, Jacob Rafferty, Carl Roottrees, Clancy Edward Roottrees. Margolite reminds me of Vegemite. No thanks. Edward Roottrees, Elias Jr. Roottrees, Elias C. Roottrees, Elias M. Roottrees, Jack Roottrees, James Roottrees, Miracle Roottrees, Miracle Jr. Roottrees, Miracle Roottrees III, Robert Roottrees, Ronald Roottrees, Wolf Roottrees, Thomas Sheridan, Jason Wilson, Stephen Wilson, and Zach Wilson. Okay, so what was it? It was the Butler County Times. Is that what it was? Oh, largest database of magazines and newspapers. Okay. The Butler County Times has played host to many Roottrees advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Okay, but I did get a piece of evidence off of that. What? So, I seem to have flooded my results too. Oh, here we go. Okay. You learn from an election results page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the Roottrees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare-bones website for her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times. Okay. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You can also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County. Yeah. Her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entire female influence. Okay. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother Caroline, a local artist, who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past. Okay, well, we're gonna make a note of that. Because where is... why did I get rid of my things to look up page? Because we're going to have things to look up constantly. So we have Caroline Landon. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother Caroline, a local artist, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Oh, wasn't there also something about, like, the 5 pieces? This music is an interesting choice. Bring back the saxy stuff. Yeah, sometimes the music really just takes a turn. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and actually move Jane up here. And we're gonna see what happens. Stephanie Landon, who's in politics. And then we know that Stephanie had a stepmom. So what else do we have here? You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't so much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. Okay. Oh, Atlantis's Burden. I see. Good luck with your investigation. Got to drive home. No worries. Thank you for stopping by, Kong. Have a great rest of your day and drive safe. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. The image that accompanied a story about local art in the Butler County Times. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. Well, we know she'll go there, and she is an artist. Oh, she's an architect. Yeah. I guess she's more of like a sculptor. Okay, let's see. Carl is mentioned in the Butler County Times quite often, including an article that also mentions Ernie Jr. Most of the articles concerning Carl are not important. The plane crash is too recent to appear in these archives. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White in 1978. They were both in their early 20s. Another seems even more frivolous. Apparently, in 1981, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. The article that also mentions Ernie is from 1996, when Carl took over as the 5th president of the Roottrees Candy Company from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times. Other than a few mentions here and there, the article does mention an illness as the reason Ernie Jr. was stepping down. Okay, so we know that because we have the photo of the Shiva candle. Where is it? There it is. And so we have an Ernest, probably an Ernest and Deborah. With 2 children. Unless, I don't know, is that supposed to be Debbie? Debbie and Nicole? The piano background makes it sound like a Persona song. Oh. No, so that's not... Doesn't have the info about... There's okay, so we have a mention of Ernie here. I seem to forget why on earth we are chronicling the entire Roottrees family. You and me both, bestie. Because there is much fortune to be dispersed and things are... Yeah, you know what? Really good question. Okay, let's see. We have Gwyneth. So we're looking for Madsons. So it does look like... Why don't we just keep the money and leave? Ugh. That'd be something, all right. Can you look up anything on the spider search? Yeah, basically. I mean, if it has any relevance, we'll get it. Okay, what else are we seeing? Why don't you just ask Spider Search for a completed save file of this game? But then where would the mystery be? don't necessarily know if this is in the right order right now, but with friends like these, who needs mysteries? Oh, this is okay. This is the only Deborah we have. It's like he's the fourth one. So who might CM be? No, probably Caroline. Nicole Madison is a child. Why does she need an occupation? We already have one child whose occupation is K-12. Can we look up Atlantis' burden? Is that like the stronger section of the K9 police unit? Oh, wait, we have a book. Self-portrait, art and the beauty of women. And Carolyn Morden. Published in 1987, softcover large, art, photography, sculpture, dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Okay, so this is our mysterious Eloise, question mark. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art and the environment. She was even married to a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father Zach to make change to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Wow, okay, this gave us a lot of info. So Zach has Gwendolyn Morden here. Oh, come on, we got crappy music. At least add the titties to evidence, right? Oh, Galvax, here you go, to catch you up on why we're doing this, maybe. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees who said they would be the easiest family members to place. After some time, they returned with new resources, a photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. Before they called you, you heard a report on WRTD radio that seemed important to your investigation. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed they were a Roottrie. They also told you they'd give you more of an explanation the next time they returned. So we're doing crime? Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels that way, huh? How do we still have 5 pieces of evidence to pull from this? WRTD. What would Jesus do? Magazine Teen Blast. Teen Blast has played host to many Roottrie advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood your results. One of them was already in your evidence. Teen Blast has a lot of advertisements for Root clothes. Some of them mention Brenda, but more often than not, her daughters are mentioned. You find a small bit of an ad from many years back that says be sure to look for an upcoming article about Raina's inspirations for Root clothing. Why are you leaving out the period? I'm a bad detective, that's why. Raina was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. You add the cover and article to your evidence. Okay. Teen Blast. TMS, what's he up to? Teen Blast can tell you. Brother Trouble cancelled? Also, how to know if he's interested and win a trip to the set of a new movie. Raina, Sweet 16. The candy girl gets serious about her inspirations and aspirations. There's an article about Raina Roottrees from 1997. This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice, and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model, then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we'd managed to accomplish. Okay. So... okay, so then it is... what in the girl's life is this magazine cover, truly? Oh no, this... so, Clark Rafferty there definitely married siblings. So he is the one who is set to take over the... right? It was Elias, not Edward. I thought... and I guess if this can't lock on the next go around, Gwyneth and Ernest would swap. I'm sort of like at this point I'm sort of hinging on Nicole here getting locked in. Basically, I'm like I can bounce between one of these two. I'm still convinced that magazine, it has to be something. Just so you know, ass. Oh, of course. MMM is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from much more major publications. Modern Music Monthly. I am... Oh, do we think we could look up the Ernests? I am the very model of a modern major general of a Modern Music Monthly. Join. A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. Jim goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J plus J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the four of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Oh, yep, here it is. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Oh. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that. This is true. I do find myself sometimes humming Rollin' On Down to the City since we listened to it. But that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh. But I'm trying to make art! I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess. It's art, damn it! He started Raffertunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. And that's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Raffertunes is a horrible name. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make fart. Ignore the question mark. That is a statement. It is a bad name. Raffertunes is such a bad name. A website about Raffertunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. Oh, so he took the last one's name. On it, there's an about page, and you find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Hey, is anyone excited for the superb owl, by the way? Like, is that a thing that you do, or are you unbothered? Below that is more detail. What is that owl doing in my house? Please get that owl out of my house. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Go Chiefs! Yay, sports. Well, I will not watch it. I don't even know when it is. I believe it is next weekend. You found this photo on the Raffertunes website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Okay, so Katrina is the youngest. Go Chiefs. Oh, hello, Delia. Go Chiefs. Oof, that guy got a 5 head. And how? Okay, is it jingle writer? Oh, advertising. That would be what it is. He could rent out ad space like a billboard. Well, clearly that man is looking for ads as a part of what he's got going on. Yes, it would match his advertising persona exactly. So, student and student. I just love when the jokes write themselves. Yes. Okay, we've hit half of our blood relatives. Yay! Booyah. Okay, so this means that Gwyneth has to be the elder of the siblings. And still unsure of which president this man is. Or he must be the 4th, because he passed away and it went on to Carl. So we're still missing our 3rd president. Feel good though. I feel like we actually have made some solid headway. Oh, I need to pore over this photo. For sure. Okay, and we're not locking in that Elias is the lawyer, which I feel like by now we should have, so maybe it is Edward is the lawyer. I don't know where I'm going to find out more information about Gwen's kids. And let's see, I know these are twins, but I don't know. So we're still missing one something out of rolling on down to the city. Oh, yes. Okay, this is where we had that piece of information. Guy Hudson. So there's all this talk of, like, business moguls here in Business Watch. Okay, so it's Guy and Bonnie. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now, Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery due, arguing over everything but chocolate, would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We'd like to think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed." Okay, so we have a Clara. Yeah. Clara Lansing. And let's see, let's take a look. Okay, so these are both of our redheads. That sort of looks like a baby bump, so I think we could infer that Bonnie is slightly older. He was the third of the presidents. Well, damn. Just love when Cat Bat writes the jokes. I do too. I love when Cat Bat writes the jokes. Okay, sweet. So we'll get a little bit more information just as soon as I can suss out 3 more things. This is the skin of a lawyer, Bella. Oh, what does it remind you of? Artist I follow made stickers of Count Orlok with this little weenie hanging out and printed it on the sparkliest paper I've ever seen. Oh my god. You're gonna plaster them all over town, right? Ernest Madsen Jr. Am I allowed to post a link? Yes, let's see, hold on. Thank you, Galvax. Thank you for being a good mod. Yes, please share with us. Oh, hello, Moobot. Thank you for joining us. Warning, this sticker is extremely sparkly. 4 inches tall. Oh my god. Incredible. Limited to 100. Well, then you better start buying. An article from 1982 announces that an Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Roottrees after the previous president died unexpectedly. Huh. So... Cackled like an idiot when they posted about them. I bet. Oh, man. So good. I also want the Emmerich print, but I digress. So, here's a secret. I actually still haven't seen Nosferatu yet. I meant to so many times, and I just am... I'm a busy gal! So, I'm still in the dark about, the modern Nosferatu. Which is also kind of a shame, because I watched the 1922 one and the Werner Herzog one this Halloween. Cat Spouse thought it was boring. I liked the vibes. Okay, but how do you and Cat Spouse feel about Roger Eggers' other works? Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family, who have asked to remain anonymous, have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Roottrees have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavors misstep to the batter up bar, we've taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye. Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. Cat Spouse likes The Witch, Northman's boring. Nosferatu movie night? Always. Always there. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. Cat Bat, did you see the booby mouse pad? It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. In an attempt to cater more toward what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which is often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. The philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar? 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Ugh. The Batter Up bar was a failed candy bar released by the Roottrees company. Launched with great fanfare in 1980, it was meant to evoke the classic combination of pancakes and maple syrup. Yum. A Mothman pinup charm? Oh, apparently I need to really, just save this link for later for my own browsing pleasure. The name came from the fact that its recipe used a creamy imitation of pancake batter as its filling, and the packaging had baseball imagery. Consumers loved the taste, and the candy launched to stellar reviews, but after a little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and developed an off-putting texture described as powdery chunks floating in oily goop. Ugh! This odd consistency made it the punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying its reputation as a failure. Let's see. I think there was some mention. What did it say? Where the candy company is located. So can I just look for? Oh, is this? Because there's the Eli who is... Probably one of these is, okay, so we were told this is Carl here in the middle. Support artists, yeah. Is this jazz in the game? It is. Yeah, the fact that they're, like... I think that they really kind of were banking on people getting hooked on on trying to untangle the mystery. Because there are so many tracks. Yes, this is the sexy sax that everybody loves. We all cheer for it. Come for the family tree and stay for the sexy sax. It's true. Okay, this really looks a lot like... So we have... Okay, how many signatures do we have? Because we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 people here. We've got 2, 4... 6, 8, 10, 11. Okay, so we know that this has to be November. Come for the sexy family and stay for the sax tree. You know, whatever floats your boat, if that's what'll do it, absolutely. So we can actually put, there is a signature attached to every single person here. So check Bonnie, check Guy. I still want to know. I have a feeling this here gentleman probably pertains to what is in the envelope. If this is maybe our confirmed bachelor who raised Sam. It is just, it's wild to me. Like, I have so many questions of why I was able to get that photo. Okay, I think that this one has to be Clark, because that's like the same kind of swoopy hair that he has on that record cover. Or Jim, excuse me. I didn't mean to disparage your good name. That feels right. Is that you, Ernie? Well, that hair looks a lot like Caroline's. Why do they make deodorant that is BO adjacent scented? Bestie, what are you smelling? Oh, some Old Spice nonsense? So, Miracle the Second is like the only one who's not in this line of the free spirits, right? Now, how many do I have here? It's about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. Time to go get some crack. I'll be back soon. Have fun getting crack. Think we'll still be here when you've come back. Bye, bestie. Okay. Gotta go to rehearsal soon. No worries, Cabbat. I appreciate you being here. For however long you can be here. Okay, so we have... So who have we accounted for in the tree? Bonnie and Guy. So we do have Gwendolyn. And Gwyneth. They're kind of the same serious face of Samantha. Got Clark and Carl and Jim. Oh, we did have Ernie Jr. too. Michael Jr. and Eli. So November and Caroline are the two that are unaccounted for. They're both unknown women. Can you tell me about the entire month of November, please? It's also weird in... There's not... Not a Caroline. Since it's not spouses. Or did I lock in Caroline and I just forgot? Oh, huh. Yes, I did. Oh my god. Let's try this again. Okay, Bonnie and Guy both accounted for. Along with Gwendolyn and Caroline. It's Gwyneth and Ernie Jr. Clark and Carl. Jim. Okay. No clue who that is, but I think this has to be November. Jeez, so all of these things, I'm still missing something on them, huh? Did we... So we already covered that information about Root. Oh, here's some more. Tommy Mark Sheridan appeared on the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact he was married to Raina, only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, is called, "Is TMS dating a Roottree?" It says, at a recent autograph signing, TMS told a Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year. Oh, okay. Ooh. The cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year, and this time TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say. "She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me for when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now." Gross. When our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, TMS refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show. And get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. So... don't know which of Gwen's boys this is. We need to find out more about this Penelope Tessa Green. Director? Screenwriter could be a career as well. Penelope Tessa Green is mentioned in a few articles about Brother Trouble. The show stars TMS and DCB, played her sons on television. Penelope's character was not really who teenage girls cared about. As a result, there's very little gossip surrounding her. But who is DCB? DCB was TMS's co-star in Brother Trouble. Their mother was played by Penelope Tessa Green. Dustin Christopher Baker is in quite a few Team Blast gossip columns, but is not related to the Roottrees as far as you can tell. That is not enough to dissuade me. Dustin Christopher Baker is often abbreviated DCB by his teenage fans. Since leaving Brother Trouble, he has appeared in a few straight-to-VHS movies that adapt classic literature to a family audience with minor success, the most popular of which was Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance with a focus on skateboarding. He doesn't seem to be associated with the Roottrees. Okay, you tell me twice, and I suppose I have no choice but to listen. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge. A club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine on the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joko Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets, 1994. Both have been added to evidence. Find this on a website about a comedy club called The Laugh Lounge. It's a photo titled Joko Lantern 1997 and taken during one of Penelope Tessa Green's fundraisers. Find this on a website about a comedy club called The Laugh Lounge. It was captioned Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets, 1994. Okay, so we do actually we've got our career is baby. Have to assume is this probably Tessa, since we have Tessa Green. No, we already looked him up. RR Productions, defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble, You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors about Double R Production, Ron, and Robbie Roottrees. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Roottrees. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled?" One user speculates, "I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers." Another person replied, "Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottrees in Silver Screen magazine. There's a link to some kind of article, but it appears to be dead." Silver Screen? Oh, did I mean that? Silver Screen magazine was a Hollywood Insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 1983 to 1993. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago, and the website now redirects to the new magazine. The new magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. So Silver Screen with a single. So what if we search for Ron? There's an article about Ron Roottrees from 1984 entitled "Don't Blame Nepotism." Nepo baby. He gets results. After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. He gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough, returned to Hollywood to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record as saying he's an attentive director who could work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He has occasionally called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups and has thought about bringing him into the fold. A small rumors article from 1992 that claims that television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again, allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving a Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was cancelled. Did we have showrunner? No. Sometimes it's just like, you gotta try to infer stuff and things. Screenwriter. Okay, so that does say director. No, I feel like that looks like a slightly older man. Jeez, okay, I feel so very stumped right now. Okay. In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on young, upcoming talent that Modern Music Monthly predicts will make it big. They had this to say about the LaRues. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 1965 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees? And are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. The Lucky LaRues indeed. Jane Del Vecchio is listed on a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions that she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Do we have a... That'd be too easy. I suppose catalog's not really a magazine. That would have been really nice, though. A girl can hope. Okay, so yes, Ron is a director. So that looks like that's a safe assumption. Have I ever actually searched for maple crisps? Maple Crisps are Roottrees' most recent product. Introduced in 1992, they are a series of circular, crunchy wafers coated in nuts and chocolate maple flavoring. The website of a fan says they came to be during the tenure of Ernie Jr., a former president of the Roottree Candy Company. There's a commercial that aired a few years back during the Super Bowl. Okay, so that's all stuff that we've already had before. We've followed up on that information. I suppose by now we do actually know that he sure did make good on the progress that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy. Can I? Nope. So that's still just unstable. So we have to be assumed that one of Gwen's boys is salty about Sam for some reason. A small feature details a building that Elias Jr.'s architecture firm worked on called Hunchetop House. Mentions that Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Hunchetop House seems unrelated to the Roottrees. That's what you think. forgot that it was the cool things you got in the mail fan club. Or forum. Oh. Let's see, is that... Ooh. Whee! We have someone with the last name Cornwall. Linus Cornwall? Yeah. Sure, that looks good. I'll take that. Did we ever look for Gallon the gang? Okay. Just Walter Forsyth. So I guess revisiting... Definitely have to like, go through this again, because the death of Elias, is that talking about grandfather, or... Oh, have we ever looked up the Roottrees curse? I feel like that's the thing we should be searching for. Ha! Hello! There's a long, rambling conspiracy website with a very small, very red text on a black background that says the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to the site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner, simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff, 75, at prodigy.us, asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. So, let's see, we have a... Where are my Rafferties at? You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over, and that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Their proof is that their Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyresinol oleate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it was first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. Seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. You don't say. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees Curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's plague is returning in 2000, and that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. Oh my god. I wanna... Is there any... Okay. This is some real lone gunman shit. Do you think I'm spooky? Okay, I need to take a very quick break. And so I will leave the jazz going. Hopefully we keep getting the sexy sax. And gonna get up, grab a quick snack, and I'll be right back. And we'll see if we can find any more about this, because yikes. Yikes on a bike. Anyway, okay. Be right back. Get up, take a break. Stretch your leggies. We'll be right back. What the hecky? Okay, are we good? I think we're good. Welcome back, Galfax. It's home for a minute. When Junie jumped in my lap and within 5 seconds she was purring. Oh, sweet baby. OMG Galfax. I had to move some laundry around, so I just brought my snack with me, so. Brain food. It's so nice to see your sunshiny face. It's very nice to see you too, friend. Sorry, that was stinky of me. Okay, so right now I'm at a bit of a standstill. So I'm going through all of everything we've searched for. I can be stinky tea. Going through everything we've looked at, and I'm just trying to see if I can come up with anything we maybe missed. But this is okay, so this is everything we already saw today. When was this game set? The 6th of December, 1998. Oh, we did forget that there was the brother-in-law Wilson. Wilson. Oh, cool. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh, although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons. This one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. My man is so good at SEO. His website claims he is the pediatrician to the stars. Oh my god, okay, this guy sucks. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would treat me, my big brother, or my sister. Apparently the most common taxidermy requested is a raccoon doing finger guns with a sheriff hat on. You know what? That's a thing I didn't know that I needed, but now that I know it exists and is a thing I can request, I need one. Get out of here, Carl. Yeah, fuck you, Carl. Dr. Stephen Wilson's kids. The quote below the picture was credited to Jason. Taken 2 years ago in 1996. Oh, sweet. Oh, we're gonna get... Oh, if only Cody was here. Oh, good. Knocking at least some of those out, I can start process of elimination with them.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
I'm a Cody stand-in. Am I not good enough? Bestie, you're great. Cody just loves Spooky Door Woman so much.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake.
Yeah.
So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Lauren?
I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Or is this Sam? Because Lauren said when she reflected on her journals that Sam had a certain distaste for Elias and the Five Pieces.
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy.
Is her name Amelia Earhart? Because I'm trying to eat her up with me and a couple hundred of my crab friends. Oh my god.
So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
What do you think I've been doing this whole time?
It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
Boo.
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
I don't really know if I have anything else that has a high number on it, though. Okay. So this is Jem Wilson. Okay, yeah, I said before that this guy sucks. This guy sucks. The next time they returned, they gave you a partial explanation. They hired you to help verify their personal account of the family's history. All that's left to do is finish the family tree and find what's in the locked space, which they said was personal to them. So there's a lot that's up with that campaign mailer still. I have a feeling a lot of it's more to do with the note for trying to get Carl to have his daughters endorse Stephanie. Yeah, so that was the only thing that I could change there, because those didn't lock. Okay, let's see. So this would actually have to be Gwyneth, because there was talk of glasses skipping a generation. Okay. So the Boys and Girls Agree ad campaign. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s. Boys and Girls Agree. It is a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. Boys and girls never agree on anything except Roottrees. Boys and girls agree. It's gotta be Roottrees. Nope, not that. Not there. Oh, but I can't. Okay. Did we ever look up Guy Hudson outside of... Yes, we did. Okay. Okay. So what is every single name I have received? Oh, why am I doing this the hard way? I always forget that. Okay. Bean. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling at a little bit of a standstill. So I figure if I run down this list here, that if there's anything of note that has been missed thus far, hopefully we'll find it. Oh, okay. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that it went out of business. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen are both mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. I'm gonna go through the entire names list and see how much I can yield for searching. I think that's the best place to start right now. You find a link that seems to be a partial and corrupted list of archived articles from the Butler County Times. The article is cut off, but it mentions an Edith Jacobson and an arrest. Okay. Hey, Miss Char. You only have a little bit until you have to have your lunch finished, so I'm gonna wake you up. Oh, I know. Oh, baby. Oh, my goodness, my baby. He's a Charlie. Ow. That was rude. Okay, there you go, honey. Go have more lunch. Want to make sure that she actually has at least a bite more. Hi, Charlie. She is so EB. Girl, save. I think I have to leave the game to save, but I think it's saving in my heart. Here, I'll there. It's saved. It saved that. Oh, a hydrate too. Thanks, buddy. Man, how much would it suck to be one of 3 children where your eldest sister is named Diamond and then you, the youngest 2, are Jane and Kim? I feel like that'd be a real bummer. Like, oh yeah, we had one cool name picked out and then, figure it out for the rest of you, I guess. Caroline is listed on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called P-Flag. Are you going to tell me what P-Flag is? Hell yeah. Organization founded in the 70s, stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Hell yes. Thank you for directing to that game instead of just being like, Oh, Galfax, I forgot to ask. How was getting crack? Just so you know, blow a kiss to the snooty. Plenty about Lauren. We refreshed our memory on Brenda already. Oop, gotta put a space in there. We've seen plenty about Walter Forsythe, but I guess just for good measure, I'll make sure that there's nothing else that we miss. The back of my pasta box kind of looks like Sonic. What? Brian Jones is a famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record in 1954. He doesn't seem related to the Roottrees. If you're looking for a different Brian Jones, you may need to search a more local resource. Fair enough. I probably should be searching the paper for, like, all of these instead of just doing a general spider search, huh? Because I guess what the paper does say in the periodical section that it pertains to local things of interest. God, have we found any... Have we locked any Kellogg's to the tree? Do I have anywhere to go with that? Okay, yeah, that's right. That's where that came from. The paper is for nerds. Yeah. Well, it's 1998, so gotta be a nerd sometimes. Ronald's. Ronald! Oh god, here we go. I accidentally made pepper spray chicken. Bestie, what did you do? I mean, I know what you did. You said as much, but just how does one make pepper spray chicken, especially accidentally? It came out of the oven with some steam, and that steam made me cry. Oh no. Published in 1997, softcover nonfiction, this is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Where's Void when we need her? Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. Steamy correspondence. Historical letters with an erotic twist. Created by Tina Angelina. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and Ch were the first two letters of her last name, and Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages, after the steamy bits, that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative, it's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know all his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. Okay. Twisted Twin was my nickname in college. Oh. Oh, I think we know a lot of that at this point. Christensen Steel was a steel company in the early 1900s. You find a few mentions in the Butler County Times. There are some old birth announcements in the Butler County Times from the then owner, Matthias Christensen. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia Christensen, the third of his 4 children, who was born in 1908. There was a front page article in 1944 stating that the Vice President of the United States had stopped there to visit the factory floor. The company stopped being advertised around 1949. Around that time, there was a blurb stating that Matthias was stepping down and attempting to sell the company. Okay. Ew. There's a Crime Blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottrees and a Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottrees, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen Roottrees was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and I am confident he has brought these young women to us for a greater purpose." There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. But where is my article about Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage? The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to have not let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania, or search for us online. I designed the website myself, but I'm not going to get to see it because I'm just going to see a highlight. Jones Graphic and Print is a company that, according to its website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. The Stephanie Jones campaign, mailers, Roottrees Candy Company, various banners and posters, Butler County, Holiday Light Post banners, Miracle Network, tour flyers, Roottrees Motors coupon flyers, Butler County School District, various banners and posters, Butler Summer Theater, posters and set contributions for Children of Eden. At the bottom it says, we also do web design. Come on in to get a quote today. Children of Eden is a musical with songs by Stephen Schwartz. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson really likes it, realized it could fit timeline-wise with the game he was making, and decided to use it instead of something fake as a kind of an Easter egg. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones Graphic and Print, and instead of searching for Children of Eden, you should probably search for whoever was performing it. You won't stop me, game! Oh, please tell me that the game dev put themselves in it. Oh! This game is clearly inspired heavily by Obra Dinn and her story. I hope it stands on its own and that it feels more like an homage than a ripoff. Thank you to Lucas Pope and Sam Barlow. You both ran so that I could walk. It's also inspired by my participation in the world's largest trivia contest on 90FN in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Thanks to everyone who organizes that competition every year. Shout out to Portesi Frozen Pizza, which I've never tried, but I've heard so much about. And lastly, it's inspired by a core memory I have of browsing Beanie Babies / Mortal Kombat fan sites somewhere around 1995 on my local library's dial-up connection. Thanks to the patient librarians in Bethel, Connecticut who took the time to explain the internet and helped change my entire life. If you're seeing this message, please come to the game's Discord and simply type I found the thing in all capital letters in the I found the thing channel. Thanks. Oh, that's so cute. Look, it's 1998. There better be... There's nothing pertaining to Beanie Babies. Get out of here. Okay, so let's see. Do we have more about the Stephanie Jones campaign? No. Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. It's been automatically added to your periodical search interface. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or has even had any connection to Butler County. Okay, so that's just... You find a hit for Roottrees Motors on the Jones Graphic and Print website, which you've already seen. You don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, they may be featured other places. Okay, let's, so this will be in our periodicals. Edit this one. So we looked all of those up. I think we've already seen everything we can about Stephanie. Neural network. Theatra, excuse me. I'll check both of these before we go back to the paper. The Butler Summer Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. As it is not summer currently, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. The website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast, it lists the crew, and two things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print, and choreography by November Studios. I wonder. A local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. There's hardly any other information available. I wonder if there is somewhere else I could possibly find out more information about local businesses. Okay, yeah, that's, we've seen that, all that about Stephanie before. Miracle Roottree and his son, who goes exclusively by Miracle Jr., have appeared in the Butler County Times a great deal over the years. The Miracle Network, which is a collection of churches, television shows, and products that can be purchased, has multiple advertisements in each issue. You do find one article mentioning legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern United States called the 3 Generations of Miracles Tour. The author speculates they're going on tour to leave their legal troubles behind. Because of all the advertisements, the results in the Butler County Times are not particularly relevant to your search. Any attempts to find out more about these legal troubles is thwarted. Damn you! I would like to know more. There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. You don't feel that the older ads are relevant, though why the name would have changed might be. Is it the Wilkins or Wontkins Motors? Butler Summer Theater has been around for at least 30 years. They perform plays and musicals with a cast and crew from in and around Butler County. There are hundreds of mentions of their performances, not just in reviews, but in many nearly identical advertisements for their box office and tickets, as well as yearly announcements of upcoming shows and seasons. They also tend to take out a full-page ad at the end of every season that says, "Thank you," and lists the names of the shows they performed with no additional information. As of this year, however, it mentions that they have a website. Instead of November Studios, maybe they should have called this place No Mention Studios, because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought, though. Damn it! A Roottrees Motors ad that ran from 1974 to 1977 advertises that the former name of Roottrees Motors was Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors is still the same family business, but has joined the Roottrees family. Wilkins Motors is now Roottrees Motors. We may have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is we've joined a sweeter family. Funny noises? Need new oil? Come on down, we'll fix her up. Roottrees Motors ad that ran from 1977 to 1995. Roottrees Motors are the local family mechanic. Your local family mechanics servicing the entire Pittsburgh area. A Roottrees Motors ad that is presently running first appeared in 1996. Says that Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years, is a family business, and also that Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Alright, so now we gotta figure out what that baby's name is. Who's that baby? Oh! Oh, I forgot there was the mention of things that couldn't happen south of... So, who isn't accounted for at this point? What sort of names do we have left? Oh, hi, honey. Hello, Miss Cha. So, which men are unaccountable? No, you don't need to be on my keyboard. Come here, you. Charlie. Charlie. This would make sense too, because Eli's kind of got the... So was he also a mechanic? It's been an absolute pleasure having you chugging away in the background. I burned my tongue multiple times. Well, I wish you weren't burning your tongue, bestie. Really, it was just the one time when I had to check the noodles and accidentally ate some boiling water. Ugh. Oh, thank you for helping, Charlie. Edith Lucinda. Okay, well, we've made a lot of progress in what's missing. When Roottrees often attended social events with her husband, she was not mentioned in the newspaper except in that context. You find no useful information. Deborah. Deborah. Is there anything about Matthias? Start by searching online. No. Okay. Charlie! You're so silly. Bethany Kellogg is mentioned very briefly in an article about a local high school science fair from March of this year, about 9 months ago. Apparently, she did an experiment involving sunscreen and ultraviolet light. The article said she was inspired by her mother's Bonnie's fair skin. The article does not have any pictures or additional information. That's okay. That's a great place to start. I don't know which order these kids are in, but can at least account for them. We know that Bethany's a student, and we'll infer for right now that David is also a student. Sometimes this PI smooth jazz makes me a little sleepy. So that we already knew about Caroline. The Butler County Times has been around a long time. You find many ads from the 1950s for local movie theaters that happen to list Gwen Roottrees' name in cast lists for films they were showing at the time. Almost all of them are for Guys Like Us and Christmas Mission. It does not seem like Gwen was a resident of Butler County for long, if at all. Yeah, we've gleaned that. The Butler County Times reviewed Lauren's diary, A Life Between Wars. They go into a bit of Lauren's history. She grew up around the famous Roottrees family. She wrote some romance books involving historical figures such as pirates and knights that were being released under her married name, Rafferty. Now her diary is being released under her birth name, Roottrees. The reviewer gives it a 4 out of 5 and claims it captures the evolution and perspective from adolescence to adulthood and a true feeling of change in society across multiple decades. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband Jacob died in the war, and how times have changed in the more than 20 years between the first and last diary entry. The writer of the review mentions that because the majority of the interactions in the book took place in Butler County, including many locations they personally recognized, it made everything feel more real and perhaps contributed to a higher score than it would have received otherwise. They end the review with, "Don't forget, you can find this and many other books at your local library." This is true. What surprises, what wonders you can find at your local library. It's always one of those things where I wonder if I'm like screwing up by not having the right family name too. So Penelope, Tessa Green. Okay, so that's all Carl. Oh. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play. Doodle 57? What? What you doing over there, bestie? Please don't mind. Please. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, why is foul so hard for me to say? Foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle, which instigated the wreck, was speeding, swerving between lanes and cutting off other drivers as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and the police have few leads other than make and model. Guy had been president of the Roottrees company for only 4 years. Through an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history, he and his wife had no children. Okay, so I didn't know that we were missing a Patricia. Ooh, yeah, this chicken is worth being pepper sprayed. Oh, send some to me. Pack up that chicken and ship it on over here. Okay, but I have like 12 servings. Well, hold on, is this like meal prep chicken? Because if it's meal prep chicken, you don't have to share. Chris, Clark. Okay, now we're at all the Roottrees. I wasn't planning for it to be that much. Ah, fair enough. That's how I feel. That's how I felt with the soup that I made. It was like two whole big Pyrexes and then some, and I was like, this was an accident. But then I got to eat soup for days, and it was a really good soup, so even I didn't get sick of it. Because usually that's what my brain does, is like, oh no, we ate the same thing for too many days in a row. I'm convinced soup reproduces asexually. This is true. You turn your back on soup for a second and it's like, ah yes, time to multiply. C-O-S-M. Jim Roottrees seems to have left Butler County by the time Jim and Diamond gained notoriety. The only article you find is from 1979, and the article is titled, "Former Butler County Resident Enters Disco Charts." The article came out right as Rollin' Down to the City was hitting its peak popularity. There isn't much to the article other than what you already know, but it does mention that at the time, Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old daughter they named Candy. The writer of the article did not seem thrilled to report this fact and called the name a bit too on the nose. Also, Bestie is fancy as name brand Pyrex. I see you. I mean, it's capital, or it's Pyrex with a lowercase p, so it's not like it's the good stuff. But several years ago, Costco had sets of cute Disney Pyrex that I did have to have. How you got the P-Rex. I hope it's implied I want to see it when you get the chance. Okay. I think a lot of it's in the dishwasher right now because I finally finished off the soup. Okay. That wasn't as helpful as I hoped it would be. What am I missing right now? I don't know why you'd put that skip button there. Come across a small mention of Wild Bill. Apparently a director who considered Wild Bill his friend once hired him to make a small cameo in a war movie called Christmas Mission. Apparently Wild Bill lived up to his reputation. He showed up drunk 3 days in a row and couldn't remember his lines. He also kept hitting on an actress who was supposed to be doing a very somber, serious role. Wild Bill was dropped from the picture. He and the director no longer speak. What was it, Harrison Lane? Is gambler a career here? No. God, what am I missing? I guess that's the only man I don't have accounted right now. So curious. Is it still like there's just a whole dang family of housewives? Yeah. Ugh, that sucks. So there had been mention of Gwyneth inheriting her mother's green thumb. So I wonder if she has continued to maintain the farm. Let's see, is that Gwendolyn Wilson? Can we name them all Kevin and call it a day? God, I wish. I'm just trying to figure out how I've managed to miss spouses for both of these guys. I suppose we just got more locked in. Why does Twitch refuse to tell me when you're live? Yeah, 4 hours later. What the heck? Hi, Void. Galfax told me. All beans. Wasn't even Twitch. Well, what the heck? Will you finish my PowerPoint for me? Well, what's your PowerPoint about? Oh, I'm gonna start just like filling in some more blanks here. Process of elimination. Wait, you said that like you're about to be done with the game. Are you almost done? I don't think that in the real grand scheme of things, I don't think I'm actually that close to being done. Yeah, we have 41 of 49 Roottrees confirmed. And once I get 4 more completely correct and locked in, or now it's up to 4 instead of 3 right at a time. But, like, I have no idea where I'm going to find these photos. Because when I went through and just systematically checked every single name on that list, Bethany Kellogg's name briefly came up saying that she had been identified with winning a high school science fair for something to do with the effects of ultraviolet light and sunscreen inspired by her mother Bonnie's fair skin. But I have checked several different sources and tried several different keywords, can't seem to get any sort of information about like a science fair, so I don't know where I'm going to find those photos. It's a journal club presentation in the article called Decreased Cerebral Opioid Receptors Availability Related to Hormonal and Psychometric Profile and Restricted Type Anorexia Nervosa. It's an interesting presentation. Can I see when it's done? Well, if I had known, I would have said, pick at my brain. But yeah, it's like these final tiers, final generations that I just like, I have no clue where I might find these photos. Oh, screenwriter. Okay. So I've got everything locked in for him. Potentially, it's potentially 2. 3, Oh no, I guess that would be 3. That's all correct. Oh, that's... Oh! Oh, and just guessing, taking a shot in the dark there, I got one wife correct. Okay. Man, I don't know. I may have to call it for right now, because I just feel like I'm going in circles. Let's see. Okay, so all of that's... It feels really good to have all of my intuition magnifying glasses off of all these other items, though. I don't like there's still 6 pieces missing on a partial explanation, but let's see. Because that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I mean, I suppose, yeah, we have 6 if we include the non-blood relatives. Yeah, I think I may have to call it for right now because I'm going a wee bitty cross-eyed. And it was an amazing stream as always. No, you, bestie. Oh my goodness, being stretchy. Actually, I'm getting hungry. It's 7. I need to go make some dinner. Oh, it was so sad. I feel like, you know, it's this close. But also it's one of those things where it's like, realistically, I'm not all that close at all. Because as soon as we finish up this, then there's Roottrees Mania to do. Which I don't even know what that entails. I just know that it's like, hey, this is a thing that's locked until you beat the base game. So the whole what, huh? Yeah, it is so I think there's even more family treeing to do. If you can believe it. Do these people hate punctuation? I think so. First root. And now root tree. And now this. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that they did this to you. It wasn't very kind, was it? No, they didn't do this to me, don't worry. But what if I am worried? I did! Oh no! Oh, beans, you caught me. Oh man. My head hurts. Being logical sucks. I have to think too hard about too many things. But I'm gonna go ahead and take off for now. Let's see. Check my little stream manager over here. Want to give a big thank you to whomever gifted that anonymous sub. That was very kind of you. And thank you for being here. If you were here for a little bit, if you were here for a lot of it. What the heck is this 4.5-hour stream? Who is she? Do we know her? Does anyone have any suggestions of someone to raid? What, do you have a suggestion, Galfax, or are you just being goofy? Stinky Boys live. Yeah, oh, I did see the Stinky Boys live. Oh, is MK Breezy live? Why, yes. Oh, drawing Pokemon cards. Yeah, we'll do that today. Do our Pokemon card shop tonight? Oh, I guess. Yeah. That's so cool that that's the thing that you do. Oh, thanks, Galfax. Oh, wait a minute. What's happening here? That's so many raid messages. Thanks for streaming. No, you. No, you, Delia. Oh, is Kong live? Oh, heck. Okay. Yeah. I'd seen Roman's title was something about like raiding Kong, but that we're here to raid Kong. So yes, I think that's a really good idea, especially because he's been so kind hanging out. So anyway, we got raid message spammed by Galfax, so since it's not a Nancy day, go ahead and use your appropriate raid message. Sparkle on, you crazy diamonds. And I'll be back, I don't know when. I want to finish this freaking game. It's Nancy adjacent, that's fair. That is very fair. We were doing a heckin' mystery. But yeah, I don't know. Because I'm here for a good time, not a long time. But anywho. Work week starts back up tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. At the very least, I should be back to entertain you if you don't want to care about the superb owl. That's, you know, absolute bare minimum. I got you. And with that, go ahead and take off. Frick the owl. Yeah. Frick that owl. So, yeah, if you were here for a little bit, if you were here for a lot of bit, whatever, I appreciate you. I appreciate you hanging out and having a good time with me while we solved this very 90s mystery. And be good to yourself, be good to others. And I'll be back before you know it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a friend. Bye!
menace to Celasta.
So you took a gamble?
We were born to rule, not to grovel. And we had sworn to protect our people.
You mean your slaves?
Fool!